All right. Got the audience coming in as once again, we open up the Resonance Academy faculty Q&A session. Ladies and gentlemen, today we have our epic contestants here to answer all of your questions regarding unified physics and the magic of the universe. It is my honor and pleasure to once again be joined here by Mr. William Brown, epic biophysicist, magi, deep delver into DNA and all of the life encoding information structures of the universe. And on my right over here, we have Madam Inez Urneta, amazing, brilliant physicist working on, sorry, did I say it wrong? I did. Okay. I always mispronounce it. How do you say your last name?
Urdaneta. It's
Urdaneta.
Urdaneta.
Okay, see, I knew I was going to butcher it, but she's amazing. And she's been helping, as you know, build some of the new modules in the Unified Science course, epic physicist. And it's just my honor and pleasure to be here with both of you. I'm Adam Apollo, as always, and I am your host this lovely afternoon here in Boulder, Colorado, or, about 10,000 feet above Boulder, as it appears to be in my background. As you guys know, there is a Q&A button if you're joining us live on Zoom. And those of you that are part of the Resonance Science Foundation Academy can join us for these Zoom sessions, so that if you're not a part of that, get there, join the free Unified Science course. If you're watching this on Facebook, you can get in, you get access to all kinds of spaces to connect with the faculty directly through forums. You get access to join these Zoom sessions. You can ask us questions directly, interact with us. We'll even bring you on camera and embarrass you at times. And we really have a great time doing this. So come and join us on Zoom. And we will be looking for your questions as the group here comes in. But first, let's start off and just get a little update from William and Inez, and I'll share as well. William, how's things been going over there in the labs?
Epic.
Epic.
As always, but no, it's we've been on a pretty fantastic trajectory. It's the discoveries keep on revealing themselves, so it's been a fascinating time. Recently, we've been talking with a physicist, Dr. Carla Galdamez, and she's I believe she's at the University of Stanford, or maybe a university.
Santa Cruz.
Santa Cruz. Okay. All right. Yeah. Thank you, Inez. Yeah. But we've been having some pretty detailed conversations with her, and it's just something that I'd like to highlight, because we're going to be doing some work with her on looking at the quantum structure and behavior of water. And this has really central implications for unified physics, particularly because when you're talking about the phase transitions and intermolecular structure of water, the descriptions, both qualitative and mathematical, follow very closely the crystalline structure of space-time. So actually, the correlations are really profound, and that's probably not coincidental. Water has these amazing properties. It's like no other material in the universe. It doesn't surprise me that part of the reason for that is that it has these very keen similarities with the behaviors and crystalline structure of space-time itself, the fundamental field. And water is kind of like a macroscopic materialization of that fundamental field. It's another field. And then, it has this really interesting, exciting applications in unified physics, but then also, pretty obviously, in the biology. Water is central to the biology. It's taking the role of water into a whole new perspective in its role in the biological system. So really looking at its interaction with the energy structure, the energy structure of the quantum vacuum oscillations to the energy flow in the biological system. So this potential reservoir, water being a potential reservoir of this energetic exchange, literally supplying electrons and protons to the bioenergetic systems of the cell. So like the mitochondria and the electron transport chain, the ATP synthase, those run on subatomic particles, electrons and protons. Water can supply both. And so this is going to start to form kind of a central explanation for a new bioenergetics where you're able to tap into the energy of the universal field of space-time via the crystalline phase of liquid water, liquid crystalline water. So in the cell. And then also part and parcel with this is water's interaction with the electromagnetic field and producing coherent photon emissions, so that you have its role in the energetic side of things, but then also in signal communication, transfer of information via essentially acting as a dipole laser. The water molecule lasing, producing coherent photons, and those being channeled in optical waveguides in the cellular and intercellular system. So it's an exciting time. It's just like, we're digging into it. We've been looking at it with our research. Now we've got another physicist who has been doing their own independent research, looking at a quantum description of the electron dipole moment of the water molecule. So they're going to be able to bring in a whole wealth of information to help us along on our research as well. So it's exciting.
Wow. Yeah, absolutely epic, William. And just a fascinating connection there with the dipole lasers, because, there have been some studies showing in the past that there is a potential direct interface with space-time or the quantum vacuum that occurs with lasers in that particular format. And that there's been some theories that you could do gravity control using lasers like that, right? So that would suggest that, what we're talking about is this, subtle field, gravitational waves essentially generated around the body by these biological impulses that are acting, in those particular waveguides aligned to the structure of space-time, but through water. That's really pretty epic. So excited to hear where that goes. Inez, why don't you tell us what's going on for you?
Well, connecting with what William just said, I had the I don't know, the luck of having a colleague of mine. She's a physicist, well, she's chemist from France. She's CNRS. This is like well, it's an institute of science, public science in France, and so she happens to be, well, she's a theoretical chemist. And she's working with a person, a woman in a university here in Mexico that is a specialist in water. So we had a huge amount of discussions. So this is something I had to talk with William. I haven't had the time to share with that with him. She's got this amazing numerical platform to calculate everything about water. And so she was very interested in the fact that I had worked with, not directly with water, but I had worked with protons a long time ago. Like 5 years ago, and I had found that when you have a molecule like dopamine, let's say, dopamine is a very important molecule in the body, is a neurotransmitter, and so it seems that you can have like the most acidic side of the molecule is a particular hydrogen in the dopamine molecule. And the thing is that when the molecule is absorbed on some surfaces, like let's say dioxido titanium, how would you say that? titanium dioxide. So this is a particular surface which is very interesting as well. You have some effects like because of the bonding of the dopamine to the surface, you have something that's called surface enhanced spectroscopy, Raman spectroscopy, but not to get so mixed with the terms, the terminology. With that means that you have a different behavior which is enhanced because of the presence of the bonding between the surface and the molecule. But this is all happening through the hydrogen connection, hydrogen the bond. What I found is that you could mimic the presence of the nanoparticle, which is this oxygen dioxide, just by elongating the distance from the OH. From the let's say that this hydrogen is linked to an oxygen, and so if you elongate that distance, you can mimic the spectrums, the most important let's say signal of the spectrum, just by elongating that. So this is something that really caught their attention. And so this together with the water and all of that, so I think this is very promising because we can have a huge interaction with this domain. So they got really interested. I also got to explain to them the holographic solution, and they were like, wow, this is like the first time, like, and we're very close friends, but we had never, she's always in France, I'm here, so we never got to interact that closely. So when we were here, I was showing them this my background over there. And so they were, especially the colleague here in Mexico, she was like, wow, you get the same value of the radius of a proton just by doing this. And I said, yep. So
Nice.
like, like, whoa, what is that? So I probably will have, I don't know, at some point an invitation to present that in this other university, which is not in this state, it's in a different state.
Mhm.
And so that was very, very exciting to me. Then also I was reached by a physicist in University of Salamanca, who is also very interested, not in he's more aware of the consciousness research we have been doing in Greenberg and all of that. So he was really into that, and he's a physicist, and he said, okay, I want to see what you're doing, and we want to start discussions with them as well. So this is very nice because, of course, we have the hypothesis that the holographic solution, this new work that's coming soon, would be very good to explain these experiments we're having in consciousness and all that we have been starting since two years ago. And so there was another thing over there, and then also the discussions with Carla Galdames, who she's also aware of Jacobo Greenberg's work. And so I think this is building a very nice collaboration that's probably a good start, as well with one of my ex-directors of my PhD. In fact, he just got a huge project which has got to do with quantum biology. So, and it was just approved in the USA. So he was talking to me about it, and so we're having some kind of a collaboration as well. So I think this will all, and I know quantum biology's got to go through water. I mean, there's no way around it. So this is so beautiful. I mean, in just 2 weeks, I was like, whoa, overwhelmed with all these interactions and meetings. And I was also invited to a conference and get in another university to talk about the holographic solution in the context of neurosciences. So yeah, so it's just a huge amount, and also finishing a chapter of a book, which I just finished. So yeah, many things going on. So very exciting, and everything connected. It's like everything is connecting.
Wow. Yeah. Well, it sounds like spring has sprung and the momentum is growing.
Yes.
And I definitely see that happening in the field. There's a lot of momentum growing around the things we care about right now.
That's exactly.
It's very exciting. I want to ask you a question about the hydrogen oxygen separation distancing as you're talking about it. Like, are you actually talking about tuning the frequencies that move through water by extending or like essentially like using the hydrogen and oxygen molecule atoms as like a tuning, like where you're adjusting the frequency field with that distance?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
Wow.
that was like not expected, because you would think that the presence of the oxygen of the nanoparticle would play the huge role in this behavior.
Yeah.
Like, and in fact, you could mimic you could mimic maybe not the intensity of the spectrum, but you can mimic the position of the peaks in the spectrum just by elongating this hydrogen oxygen bond. So
Mhm.
that was really unexpected. That was really unexpected. And so
Right.
so we found that. So when I did this work, it didn't give that much attention. Like for me, it was like something very interesting, but
Mhm.
not for the rest of the group. And now talking with this person, she said like, wow, this is really important. We should look further into that. And so I was like, yeah, yeah, I think so. Yeah. But you need, computational, huge computers. And this is our quantum chemical calculations that require huge packages. And she's
Wow.
also very specialized in water. So in order to calculate water, most of the times you have to use semi-classical, not completely quantum theoretical models, because you cannot deal with all the interactions in water. But some semi-classical calculations allow you to describe pretty well how water behaves like a solvent. Most of the times in quantum chemistry, you just neglect water. It's like, oh, who cares about water?
Isn't that ridiculous? From our perspective, it's like, how could you do
Like
that?
water.
You can't
No,
cut
use
water out.
Because of course it is like the hugest, when you have a solution, the most of it is water. So it
Right.
is critical for the calculation. It's just like saying vacuum fluctuations it's the same
Yeah.
problem.
Well, the same thing is done in the biological system in like modeling 3D protein configurations. They'll totally remove any the background medium of water, and it's just that water plays the key critical role in determining the three-dimensional configuration of every protein in the body.
Yeah.
And so it's like, it's pretty astounding that,
Yeah.
you could attempt to do science in a way that you would neglect water, as a key component.
This is
interaction.
mind blowing to me, you guys. Like, I'm so thankful you went down this road, because to see that the parallel of our problems in physics is that we ignored the ether, we ignored the background, we kicked out we stopped looking at the fundamental field, and that created these massive problems in physics. And we're trying to solve these problems in biology, and essentially it's the same problem, but it's the higher octave of the ether, which is water, right? Like, because water acts a lot like space-time. We model the hydrodynamic effects of space-time as this like super fluid like mechanism, and water's the missing foundation for the study in biology. And this is such a big deal. And wow.
It is incredible. It is incredible. All of chemistry is like, you don't include water at all, and you have to do a certain kind of physics or chemistry to deal with water. And when you do it, you just deal with water separately, like a separate.
Right.
You just work with water. You don't just mix a chemical reaction and water at the same time. It's like, it's too complicated. It's just you cannot deal with that computationally. So you just have like it.
My goodness. Well, just so you know, Inez, I have a good friend who works at the Nanotechnology Research Institute in Canada, and they're always really open to collaborations, particularly if it has to do with nanoparticles, nano tuning. I mean, even just the idea that you could take a molecule and you could tune the frequencies that molecule filters by, extending and essentially dilating the distance between the atoms in the molecule. That's pretty massive. And I think that could have a lot of ramifications across a variety of fields in engineering and studies in science. So, and let me know if you want an introduction at some point, because there might be some support there for what you're working on.
Thank you, Adam. That sounds great. Yeah. And in fact, all of nanotechnology is just like the let's say introduction to the holographic solution, because nanotechnology, all the nanoparticles have what the critical factor in all these systems is the surface to volume ratio. That changes all the properties in the nanoparticle. I mean, you can have gold, and you can have a bulk, gold as a bulk. It gives you some chemical properties, the ones you find in the periodic table. But if you don't go and do nanoparticles of gold, all their properties, electrical, chemical, physical, all of them will change with respect to that proportion of surface to volume ratio. So they could become from conductors to isol, to not conducting, to semiconductors, just by changing their shape. Because the factor of the surface starts to play, when you start decreasing the size of the nanoparticle, it behaves more as bulk, but as you go in smaller sizes, the surface starts to play a bigger role, up to the point that it changes all the properties of the system. And so it's like you elongate. So you have the periodic table. It's like you gave a third dimension to the periodic table, and now you have all these physical properties in terms of their size, which is something completely out of this world. It's just beautiful. So I had been working that was like the thing that I was more attracted to nanotechnology, was that property of the size of this dimension, and how it changed the properties of the substance. And so that's the holographic solution, explaining it all along.
Right.
Once you that, you say, okay, now I see.
Hello. Well, beautiful too that you'd be doing that work because of your work around the electron as well. And the idea that there's a third dimension to the periodic table makes perfect sense to me. And that having to do with the actual field size of these atoms, not just their mass, right? But their field size, because mass and field size are obviously need to be interconnected and have to do with the bonds that are created between the molecules and all kinds of things. So it's really exciting work, and stoked to hear that. Well, I'll give a quick update on my own world. I've been deep in the game of building this essentially regenerative operating system, and we've been building some pretty awesome partnerships. We might have a partnership coming in to work with Marvel, which is really, really big deal for us. Still in process, so don't go tell everybody. But essentially, yeah, exactly. I mean, whatever. This is the Resonance Academy community. I see how many people see these, so it's all good for me. And I'm just happy to be having a huge amount of momentum and a lot of like amazing impact projects coming to the table, because essentially what our system will do is be this Iron Man style interface where you can create, different kinds of products, courses and videos and music albums. But anytime you do that, there's automatically a portion of the percentage of the royalty table, which you can also collaborate with people. So you can have 10 people on the royalty table. And as you guys know, you might remember, like, early on building the courses, like when I was writing the Resonance Science Foundation's like delegate level 1 course is what we used to call it, is a big issue around how do we actually honor all the collaborators? Like, how do you honor the video guy, the guy creating graphics, this person writing this module, that person writing that? And we had to just kind of let it go for the Resonance Academy in terms of splitting money based on the course. But I ended up doing that in the Guardian Alliance and other academies, where essentially when somebody buys a course, all the teachers and the org and the video guy, they all get paid instantly, automatically, right? But we could only do that up to, a few different people. So the system we're building now says, well, you could have a video person, an audio person, somebody else could remix that audio, somebody else could be an editor on your thing. You could literally have 100 people co-creating a course or a book or, a digital resource or a game online. A lot of games take hundreds or thousands of developers. And with this mechanism, you could essentially, every time that game or that course or that digital product sells, everybody gets paid automatically their percentage, like instantly. And it could be like 1,000 people, right? Which is pretty amazing. And what we can also do is part of that royalty table is always dedicated to essentially donations to regenerative impact. So what you do is you pick your favorite impact sector, like maybe that's water, like you want to clean up the rivers and clean up the water on this planet, help the oceans out. You want to serve water, right? Or do research in water. And so you just pick water as your sector, and you slide the slider of like, do I want to donate 1% of this, or do I want to donate 100% of this? How much of have this money that I'm going to make from this do I want to gift to helping water? then that money automatically channels over into this impact fund pool. And I've been building all these partnerships with some great groups and orgs, Open Future Coalition, Regenerosity, and others. And we've got all this fleet of validated impact projects. We're bringing in experts to, like, you know, who are the impact projects that are in the best position to actually clean up the ocean, or actually fix that river, or actually build that garden, or actually build that land project. And essentially, the money goes in the pools, and then it gets distributed through decentralized trust graph of experts that are helping to validate the projects. And then you, as the person who created this album or whatever, you can go to the impact dashboard and you can see exactly what's getting funded and where it is in the world, see it on the globe, zoom in on it, see the media being created as they're, you know, cleaning up the thing. And this is before and after, and this is what happened in phase 2 and whatever. So they can see that. That could also work with research projects, by the way, right? And you're seeing all of it happen, and you've earned impact tokens by your participation. And now you and all your friends and everybody you're connected to is in essentially a gamified experience of transforming the planet. Like, where are you giving? How much are, you know, what impact are you making? And what are you doing? Or how are you helping the world as you're also just being a creator, right? Because we're kind of locked in this idea of, you know, get a bunch of followers on TikTok, you know, or get a bunch of Instagram followers. And then you're like, you're big and you can sell your product better or whatever, but you're still being throttled and you're still challenged in all these ways. And so much of it is literally an ego game. And that ego game right now is fixated around being the coolest, right? But like just being the coolest, getting the most attention. But what if we changed that chemical response in the body from being just dopamine hits from getting likes and follows to essentially activating all kinds of different neurotransmitters, serotonin and oxytocin, and actually the feeling of having something go really well, and you made a bunch of money from it, but you also literally just contributed to planting a forest. And you get to actually see that forest being created. Like, how much does that change our psychology around what it is that we do and what we want to give? So that's my main work and main focus these days, is I'm building these systems and building these alliances. And it's really exciting. If you guys want to follow, you know, what's happening with that, we will be releasing a whole new site really soon, but you can check out the current site at core.network, and I'll just pop that in the chat for you guys. And that's the code name that we've been running for a while, but we're about to release the actual public name of the system. And would love to have you guys sign up on that newsletter, and we'll let you know when we open up the early alpha and you can come and play with us, because we want to fill this thing initially with superheroes, unified physicists, impact projects, and, you know, orgs that are here to actually make a difference in the world and serve the world. And so it's going to be really fun, and I'm excited to do it. All right. So let's get into some questions. Does that sound good?
Yeah.
All right. William, back to you, man. Do you have a good one picked out?
Yeah,
right.
Man, your next level social network looks very cool.
Thank you.
I'm looking forward to seeing this come to fruition. It's very, very, very interesting.
Well, when we're not in a public broadcast, I would love to actually, you know, give you guys an actual tour of what's going on, what we're building.
Awesome. For now, we'll do the unified physics.
Sounds good.
So I couldn't help myself. There's a question here about biophysics and the biophoton field. So I'm gonna grab this one. It's from Oriana.
Okay.
How does the cell read the biophoton field? Does the centriole and network of mitochondria read the field as a two-way interface? Thank you for the question, Oriana. So just in the interest of unification, you know, so we're all about unified physics and unified science. You know, I'd like to remove the separation that's formed between the idea of biophotons and regular photons. It's understood that when you have photons produced in the cellular system, we can call them biophotons in the sense that they're photons generated from a biological origin. But to make sure that we're able to connect this to the bigger picture, it's important to understand that biophotons are no different than photons. They are just photons. So excitations of the quantized electromagnetic field, which it's important to also, in the interest of unification, understand that the quantized electromagnetic field is the same thing as the unified field of space memory. So, once you go through the unification of all the forces, the quantized electromagnetic field is the gravitational field, is the boson field, the mass field, all of these different separations that we've kind of arbitrarily introduced into our picture of nature, and kind of separated things that are actually a coherent whole. So, just an example of that is that, our brain is continuously producing an electromagnetic field, right? And you can read that as a spatiotemporal pattern of these electromagnetic oscillations. We don't call that really a biophoton field, because it's understood that electromagnetic spatiotemporal pattern produced by our brain can connect with the ambient electromagnetic field, like the one produced by Earth, the Schumann resonances, which is a radio wavelength electromagnetic field. And actually, that one's at about 7.8 hertz, 7.8 cycles per second. So is our brain electromagnetic oscillations, at least one of the primary oscillation patterns. And you can actually use those spatiotemporal electromagnetic patterns from the brain to control external devices via thought alone. So there's a researcher, Miguel Nicolelis, who has wrote a really important book on why the brain can never be simulated by a Turing machine. And so essentially he's a neurobiologist who is explaining why the brain is not a computer. So our consciousness is fundamentally non-computational. And to exemplify how his description of the brain as a non-computational engine is correct, he actually devised a exoskeleton that can read the electromagnetic patterns generated by the brain. So this is interaction with the electromagnetic field that we're producing to control the exoskeleton. And so paraplegics are able to walk via their thoughts interfacing with this device. But so, it's still, though, it's okay that we say biophotons, because, as long as, we're just clear that what we're talking about is electromagnetic excitations generated by the cellular biological system. How the cellular system reads the electromagnetic field, or if you'd like, the biophoton field, is via its interaction with electrons. So the valence electron structure of biomolecules, and in particular, what's called the dipole moment of biomolecules, and especially macromolecular structures. So if you look at like the DNA, it has these what are called benzene ring structures. The nucleic acids have these six-membered ring structures. There's also a pentose five-ring structure. But at a chemical level, these benzene ring structures have a electron configuration that is very functional. It's a delocalized electron cloud. And what can happen is that these electrons can oscillate back and forth across the planar ring structure. And you can get what's called a dipole oscillation. So the electrons can be concentrated on one side of that planar ring structure. And now you've got a buildup of charge. You've got a buildup of negative electric charge on one side and a positive charge on the other. You have a dipole. So in the DNA, you've got all these benzene rings stacked. And actually, you know, it can go for, you know, millions and millions of nucleotides with these benzene rings stacked. And they're sheltered within this cylinder by a phosphate backbone. So they're kind of sheltered from the environment. And what is modeled, what is thought to be occurring in this system is that the dipole oscillations of those electrons are actually quantum entangled. So they're all correlated within that DNA stack, that pi electron stack of the DNA. And actually, when you do the modeling, when you solve for the mathematics of the coupling of these electron dipole moments in the DNA, it's actually shown that that is part of what's holding the DNA molecule together. This entanglement, this quantum entanglement. And you know, this is going to be very important for information processing, information dynamics. Now, what can happen is that you've got these dipole oscillations inside the DNA. Water is a partial dipole. It has a slightly stronger electron cloud concentration, if you will, density at one end than at the other. So it's like slightly more negative charge and slightly more positive charge. That's a partial dipole moment. So it's not a full, like really strong dipole. But you've got these oscillations in the DNA, the dipole moment of water, the hydration shell of water around the DNA can oscillate. So you've got this information exchange going between the DNA and the water. Now, these dipole oscillations are influenced by the electromagnetic field. So a biophoton can induce this oscillation, or this oscillation can produce these photons. So it's quite possible that what you have occurring is these dipole oscillations that are involved in this macroscopic quantum entanglement, quantum coherence. And information is being exchanged via coherent photon emission, much like a dipole electron laser, where when you have these dipole oscillations, you can actually produce like lasers in your like a technological device.
So just a quick follow-up on that is Is this hold true also for mitochondrial DNA that doesn't have a chromosome but does have the double looping double helix?
Yes, yeah. So, whether the chromosome is linear, like in our nuclear DNA, or if it's circular, it still has this phosphate backbone in a double helix structure. And so those pi electron stacks inside of the that are the nucleic acids, they're in those circular plasmid-like chromosomes as well as in the linear DNA. So that's certainly holds true as well for the mitochondrial DNA. Now, so the mitochondria, if you open up a Google image search of mitochondria, you'll be shown a picture of this oblong, structure, subcellular organelle structure. And that's kind of like the cartoon schematic that's always given of the mitochondria, but that's not actually how it ever exists in the cell. In reality, in the cell, the mitochondria are actually these highly elongated structures. They actually form filaments. And most often these filaments are wrapped around in the helix around microtubules. And so actually you have a close association always of mitochondria and microtubules. And this is also often called the mitochondrial reticular matrix. And a reticulum just means something that's like sinusoidal, that's helical, that wraps around, if something's articulate, it's straight to the point. If it's a reticulum, it kind of wanders around, I guess a bit like my explanations, but the mitochondria as these filaments, mitochondrial reticular matrix, the water inside is in this highly liquid crystalline phase, and you've got these extremely high energy dynamics occurring, where high energy electrons are being transported along the inner mitochondrial membrane, where these high energy electrons are being donated from water. You also have proton flux being donated by the liquid crystalline water. So you've got electrical current constantly running through these filaments, and that's generating a high amount of biophotons, a high amount of quantized electromagnetic field excitations that are coherent.
So when you mention the microtubules, the centriole being the command center for the mitochondria, how are those nanotubules relating to the microtubules that you're saying that are the mitochondria? In other words, how does it network and how does it become the command center for the mitochondria within the cell and creating the cell division then?
The centriole, you're asking?
Yeah.
Well, the centriole, it's primarily playing a role during mitosis or meiosis, but let's just focus on mitosis for now. So, after mitosis, the centriole doesn't have such a commanding role. So, its primary functional role as a nucleation center is during mitosis, so that what it's doing is it localizes right next to the nucleus, and so it organizes it rearranges the structure of the microtubules and mitochondria. It rearranges it more into like a articulate network via a reticulum, and this is all in preparation so that during segregation of the now daughter cells, you get equal partition of components, so the centriole is actually making sure that the microtubules are attaching to each chromosome, But now, you've duplicated it. So you've got, 2 sets that are going to each daughter cell. So, it's really more involved in mitosis. Um,
But here's what I'm just, and I'll let you go here.
uh,
Within the microtubule, the centriole is 27 nanotubules. It's my understanding, 9 of 3 sets each, and they have atomic structure water
Mhm.
within those nanotubules. So I'm
Mhm.
curious now, are they using the water as the conduit for communication from this centriole to the microtubules of the mitochondria? And if so, is it the centriole also pulses? And is it
Mhm.
the frequency rhythm that you were first describing that somehow is regulating this whole network of the mitochondria?
Yes, you will have that function, but it's not only in the centriole. So the microtubules throughout the entire cell, they have a lumen, that hollow central channel within, and that has atomically ordered water, which is basically just to say that the water is in a crystalline phase. It's practically a solid, but I mean it's a liquid crystal. But I, in these highly confined spaces, like in the microtubule, the water has very different properties, very different behaviors than bulk water. It can function as a qubit. The dipole moment of the water can not only encode information, but it can store that information in its dipole moment. And as well, within the microtubules, that atomically ordered water can have these coherent quantized oscillations that will emit photons, excitations of the quantized electromagnetic field in a coherent manner. That is to say that it's emitting photons all of the exact same phase, exact same wavelength. So it's a laser, it's lazy, bio-lasing. So it's not just the centriole. So the network is delocalized. It's not centralized so much, except perhaps during mitosis, when you need to have like a command center to absolutely make sure that you're getting equal partition of all the components. But so you've got this atomically ordered water inside the lumen of the microtubule that's undergoing these coherent oscillations, producing biolasing. And then you've got the mitochondria that is attached to the microtubules. They can get, like via induction, the same kind of excitation, and it can act as a optical waveguide. So it can transfer this lasing like a fiber optic channel. So say you've got information coming from the space memory network, the vacuum. The information flux is channeled via the medium of water, the crystalline structure of water. It's transported via these photons, and it's translated physically. So this is the quantum to physical translation via electron excitation. So the photons travel along these fiber optic cables. They hit an electron, excite it. So the photon is actually being transferred, transduced is the correct term, transduced to a electronic excitation. This can change the valence electron structure of DNA, of proteins. When you do that, you get a configurational change. So now you've got a mechanical transduction. So it's gone from this quantum photon information and electronic excitation to a mechanical configurational change, and you get a real physical output. And it can go the other way. So you've got a feedback, feed forward, two-way street of information exchange. So that's very much how, at a very basal level, we imagine this information exchange occurring. And then, especially when those photons, that laser light hits a membrane, the mitochondrial membrane, the cellular plasma membrane, this is a sheet of electrons, because the membrane actually has a very similar structure to the DNA. It's like a phosphate layer. So the DNA has a phosphate backbone. It's a phosphate helical layer. The membrane is like a phosphate planar layer. And then you have these long hydrocarbon chains going inside. But so you've got a pretty good electron density on the membrane surface. So a photon hits that, and now you've got holographic information encoding. So literally like a hologram. So it's most likely that the membrane of the cell of the mitochondria is acting as like a rapid information transducer. And then you can bring in like piezoelectric effects, and then you've got the three foundational information transduction systems of the biological system: electromagnetic, electrical excitation, and then mechanical or acoustic oscillation, if you will. So sound, energy, electricity, and light. That's how the cells are communicating.
Okay, I'll leave you with this, just a comment that comes to me to mention. I think I've mentioned before, I talked with Gerald Pollack, Dr. Pollack, when just really written fourth phase of water. But what he was saying is that they were looking at the water, the structure of the water being a double helix, but he didn't know how to actually, set it up experimentally. They were working with how to actually prove that would be the case in the structuring of water. But I thought that would be interesting in what you're saying with the water and the electromagnetic field and all of the communication, if in fact the water structuring does take a double helical form.
Yeah, undoubtedly it forms double helixes. So does the arc crystals, the silicon tetraoxide, which has the same tetrahedral geometry as water. This also has double helixes in the crystalline structure, and water undoubtedly does as well. And especially if you take water from the cellular system, because water forms these hydration shells around all the macromolecules, around all the polymers. So like the DNA, it forms a structured, heterogeneous form around the DNA. So, if you took that, you would have basically a water imprint of the DNA. And it definitely would be a double helical. And, there's no doubt that's occurring. I mean, it's been shown with like femtosecond laser spectroscopy that the hydration shell of water around the DNA is mediating the information exchange between proteins that are reading the DNA. The heterogeneous crystalline structure of water around the DNA is actually the intermediary. It's facilitating the information exchange through oftentimes these dipole oscillations. So the dipole oscillations in the DNA is being recapitulated in the water structure around the DNA. And then the protein doesn't even read the DNA, it reads the water. And the water tells it, here is a gene, here is the start codon, start reading here, So it's water is playing the central intermediating role in all those dynamics.
Thank you so much. That brought tears to my eyes. Water traveling faster than thought.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's
Thank
good to
you.
see you,
Thank you so
Oriana.
much.
Thank you so much for joining us. And
Uh-huh.
thank you, William, for the epic education into the nature of the cellular system, mitochondria, the water. As you were talking, I was, looking at the planet image behind you, and I was just seeing it was like a cell. It's almost like you got this cell aura back there. Thanks so much, Oriana. I'm going to pull you back out to the attendee, but thank you. Yeah, beautiful, amazing. I unfortunately, as your host, am going to have to go in the next 10 minutes. So maybe it would be good if I jump on a question and then I pass it to you, Inez, and you and William can take it from there to host. Yeah, so in short, I just want to kind of like ground maybe just like the heady dynamic that you just shared, which is powerful and potent. It's a lot. It's like you just gave us an entire course in cellular biology, like over the last 30 minutes, which was just amazing. And just to kind of like translate a little bit for our listeners who maybe didn't catch all of it or didn't get all of that, essentially it sounds like what you're saying is that the engines of the cells, the mitochondria, like the energy producers, have like fiber optic connectivity to other aspects of the cells, creating this like communications internet inside the cell. And water is also providing this sort of quantum information mediator, like extending that information exchange to the membrane, which is then acting like a holographic surface that then can share information across, I imagine, across the body. I mean, if we look at the cell as essentially an output of a fractal holographic layering of the universe from what's going on at proton scales, right? Then we know that the surface horizons are really critical in how entanglement occurs, because it's on the surface that like a shared information pattern is expressed. And that shared information pattern can be communicable non-locally to potentially other positions in the body, or if we're talking about protons, the other positions in the universe, but maybe even cell to cell, body to body. That's also seems possible and likely, and could explain some of the things like, instantaneous emotional transmission, where there's like a cellular response in our bodies as someone says something or something flares up, or there's an attraction perhaps between two people, and suddenly there's a shared entangled physiological response as the two people's energy fields meet the same frequency and geometry at a cellular level. So hopefully that'll just kind of help translate a bit of what you said to others. Did I get it all pretty well, right?
Fantastic. Yeah.
Okay.
That was great, bringing it out to a larger picture that the holographic information encoding on the cellular surface, the surface horizon, that cellular membrane, makes it so that the information of the whole is contained in any one of the parts, so that forms like the holographic information network of the entire body. So that, when that information exchange is occurring on this surface of any one cell, it's immediately non-locally shared across the entire body, and then also can be nearly instantaneously non-locally shared with perhaps somebody that you're interacting with, or a larger group of people, all of humanity.
Yeah, right. Beautiful. Yeah, because we could look at us like, cells in the Earth's planetary body. And, that's the larger cellular nucleus that all of our field makes up, in the larger system of the universe itself. Yeah, it harkens a lot back to the unified harmonic matrix work that I've done in the past. And
and it's all fractal. It's fractal layers, cell, body, groups of people, all of humanity, the surface of the planet.
Exactly. Yeah, I mapped that. I got that in a map. If you guys want to see that map, I'll show you sometime. But you could go to YouTube video, a unified harmonic matrix video from Contact in the Desert. And I talk a lot about that, like each of those fractal phase sequences that match certain layers of conscious experience and how they operate at micro to bio. I call it microcosmic, biocosmic, metacosmic, and macrocosmic to talk about each of the major octaves. And metacosmic being starting with the body and then our field and our relationships, et cetera, as you get up to the macrocosmic, which is like the earth. Awesome. Right. And biocosmic is all your game, big time. And then a lot of unified physics we do is in the microcosmic, like at the atomic levels and down to Planck scale.
So that's great, because people could actually take like that knowledge and actually start applying it with that, because it's like, this is how I can connect across the scales.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
That's the idea, and that's the intention. And also, for me, a lot of that work was about pattern recognition and starting to apply, like, if this concept works at this scale level, like proton and atomic level stuff, then what's the correlation of that with the biological mechanism, and what's the correlation of that we see in the macrocosm? And there are really, really direct correlations, and you can actually then see and actually understand. You can kind of apply the sciences, as I feel like you do all the time. You're like applying the biological science to your understanding of the microcosmic stuff that's going on at atomic scales, and et cetera, and vice versa. And so then we can also take that lesson and say, what are we learning from atoms and cells that we can apply to the reality that we are a cell or an atom, like in relationship with others within this field? What dynamics are similar? And I'm not just talking about metaphorically, I'm talking about actual energetic dynamics, replication, information exchange, the dynamics, all of that stuff. So it's juicy. And I think the question that I picked out is maybe a good way to kind of go even a little deeper into this particular idea. And I'm going to have to really nail it because I've got like 5 minutes left. So it's from Andrew Yavello. And I'll try to find you, Andrew, here to bring on. And as you're coming on, that should work. He asked, is it accurate to say that at the individual Planck scale, each granule of the field, the PSUs, what we call like the quantum structure of the vacuum, of space-time itself, each granule of the field oscillates between apparent separation and unity 10 to the 44th times per second. Do these oscillations continue in the same way and rate even when the PSUs are exhibiting collective behavior, as when they are packed into a proton, or when protons are gathered into a rock or into a human being? Really fascinating question. And he goes further, and I'll start with that part though first to kind of break it down. My guess is that your 10 to the 44th times per second there is pointing to the Planck frequency. So essentially Planck time level oscillations, because that's 10 to the 43rd. So it's pretty close. If there's a different data point you're pointing to, just put it in the chat if you're not joining me here live. But I believe that's probably what you're talking about. And this question of oscillation between separation and unity is a really fascinating one. It's one that, Marshall Efforts and I actually have had a lot of conversations around, like, is there a dynamic, as he says, in the jitterbug mechanism, in the singularity of, at the core of every proton or at the core of any black hole system, this sort of input-output mechanism, which I also talk about a lot in my quantum geometry course, where it's like you're getting down to essentially the excavated dodecahedral core unit of the proton, and there's information piping going in, but then there's also this array of information piping going back out and building, essentially growing the proton. And as I've said in some of our prior sessions, It turns out that the volume of the proton in PSU 10 to the 60th happens to also be the same order of magnitude as the number of Planck seconds in the lifetime of the universe. So what does that mean? That means that every proton literally has an oscillation inside of it, as Planck spherical unit oscillator data storage unit for every Planck moment, every Planck second of time that has occurred in the lifetime of the universe. And this is immensely profound and powerful to realize, because it means that all of the protons around us, everything around us, is literally remembering its experience. It's remembering all of its information going all the way back to the beginning of the universe. So could we say that in that oscillation that there's like is unification and separation happening? Maybe. I mean, if you could say that, you know, there's a synchronization pulse where during the synchronization of singularities between cores within protons, maybe you could call that synchronization state the unified state, where it is all the same, or they are in one. And then the release of information from that synchronization and the growth of the proton as the sort of separation state or the individualized state. Again, it requires us to, you know, take great leaps in both our understanding of the physics through the theoretical model, as well as metaphysics, to make any kind of final claim on this kind of thing. But I still think it's a really valuable insight. And where you take that next, talking about, does that change when you're talking about a larger substance or a larger object? That gets really interesting. So I'll read the rest of your question. You said, is it accurate to say that any area of the field that satisfies the conditions of a black hole, regardless of size, is a link to the total information, potential energy, and kinetic energy of the unified whole? And does the size of the black hole, or its volume to surface or surface to volume ratio, determine the rate of flow of that energy and information? So part of that question, I think I'm going to pass to Inez, because I think she would really enjoy answering some of that, in particular around possibly the rate of flow of information, the volume to surface ratios and things like that. She can unpack that some more. But I'll just complete my session with you guys today by saying that my understanding and the way that I've been looking at this is essentially to say yes to the first part of that question, and to the idea that when PSUs are in collective behavior mode, in other words, when they make up a proton, that proton is operating as a single living unit, not as a bunch of PSUs. It's operating in a sense as its own level of a membrane in which it stands alone as a stable memory growing device. It's like a life form evolving essentially. And this thing is, you know, super stable, as you know, it spins at the speed of light at the equator, as I refine Nassim's statement on that, and that this thing lasts many lifetimes of the universe. We don't know that protons even ever decay. We just guess that maybe they do, but I don't actually think they ever do. This is literally the most perfect structure in the universe. And so what happens when you're building a larger scale black hole? Like, what's going on at the core of a neutron star, or what's going on at the core of a galactic scale black hole? Well, my assessment is that the protons are operating in perfect conjoined coherence the same way the PSU do inside of a single proton. So now you have a bunch of protons operating essentially atomic structure, operating as a singular body, as a singularity in itself. It's just a larger scale singularity that's actually built off of some methodology of complete crystallization of atomic structure in perfect balance, in perfect alignment with the structure of space-time. So essentially the thing operates like a singularity. Now, is there one particular proton at the very center of the singularity that's at the center of the Earth, or the center of the singularity at the center of the sun? that's a really interesting question. I mean, perhaps it's a grouping, perhaps it's empty space there, and there's a pulse around this sort of energetic nexus that's essentially Planck scale based. But essentially, I believe that the PSU and the protons are all acting as if they are a single body when you're in this sort of core nexus of these macrocosmic and microcosmic structures. All right, so I'll pass it to you, Inez. If you see that question, you can continue from there. I'm going to go ahead and pass off the hosting. Thank you, guys. Sorry I have to jump. I always have another session at this time, but it's really always such a pleasure to be with all of you. Thank you all so much.
Thank you, Adam. Thank you so much. See you soon.
I look forward to it.
Yeah, me too. Okay,
Bye.
I'll just. Okay, so now who's the host? Who's hosting?
Looks like Jamie left his connected,
Okay.
so you should just be good.
Okay,
just continue.
Okay. Okay, so then, okay, so we were talking about this, okay. For the first part, okay, so then, well, if we, so if we start from scratch, let's say we start from the quantum vacuum plasma. So in this plasma, we will have certain, these boundary conditions that appear in the plasma are precisely related to this volume surface to volume ratio. But before we go there, we have to think that in the single vortex, let's say, in a single case of a vortex, you would have different regimes going on. So there's and Nassim has talked about it, like a part where there's total coherence. This total coherence is like the Bose-Einstein condensate that you read in physics. And this means that all the particles in this region behave as a single entity. They're indistinguishable from each other. This is something that, meaning that you have a collection of particles behaving as a single particle. And this regime, it's called the Bose-Einstein regime. So, and this is what I would say, that's the collective behavior behaving as one. When you move from this outer shell, when you move like into what Nassim calls the event horizon, there's a mix of this system starts to lose coherence and collectiveness, individuality at the same time. So this means that it starts to become more individualized. Okay, because there starts to be distinguishability in this system. And so the collection of particles are no longer behaving as a single particle. They're starting to dephase with respect to one another. And that's what we call the Fermi Dirac behavior, let's say. So you have a system in which you have a first behavior, which an inner or the core behavior is like a Bose-Einstein condensate, and it will progressively go from Bose-Einstein to Fermi Dirac. That basically means that you have a system which is where there's no individuality of the individuals, because they're behaving as a collective and as an individual at the same time. But as you go farther away from this regime, it starts dephasing, and then at some point you have this individual behavior, this like individuality, which basically means that you're no longer you're distinguishable from all the rest. So let's say let's bring this to our like more standard vocabulary. Let's say you have a photon. A photon is a particle it's a bosonic particle, meaning that it obeys Bose-Einstein statistics. This means that it can overlap. You can have infinite amount of photons, all of them overlapping in the same space-time coordinates. This means that they can all behave as a single entity. So they are indistinguishable from each other. And this is a crucial difference between photons and electrons, protons, is the fact that you cannot have a perfect superposition in electrons or in protons. They have to remain distinguishable from each other. So when you have an electron, it is different from any other electron, except in some experimental conditions in which you have them behaving as as a single entity, but you have to like, these are regimes that are usually not so much explored. In, let's say, like in summary, you have like this division, which in fact the unified physics will explain the transition from one to the other one, but that's not really well understood in standard physics. So how you go from a Fermi-Dirac or from a Bose-Einstein behavior to a Fermi-Dirac behavior, okay? So, but basically that's the difference. In Bose-Einstein, everything is behaving as a whole, completely coherent, and you have indistinguishability. I don't know if that's the correct word to say it. And on the other side, you have so everything could be superposed. Basically, that's what they can all have the same quantum numbers, exactly the same quantum numbers, which means basically the same coordinates in space-time, let's say. So it's complete overlapping. Well, on the other one, you have distinguishability, which means you can distinguish one from the other, and they cannot be overlapped, completely overlapped and superposed. So this means they have different coordinates in space-time. So that's basically what brings us from completely wholeness to individuality. So that's how I like to see it. Okay, so there's a phase transition in which you start from complete wholeness, and because there's this dephasing happening when you get away, when you start moving away from singularity, from the main singularity, which is like the center of the vortex, and you start to have this mixed behavior coming from the decoherence, okay, of this dynamics. And then in this decoherence, you start to have distinguishability. And I find that fascinating, because then at the outside of the proton, you can say, oh, there's this proton and it is different from this other proton, you know? So that's something which is extremely difficult to understand. But I think about this image because when the question is saying you can come to whole, I would say it's not exactly like that. It's not that you're going from wholeness to separation, let's say, but in fact you have both at the same time. You have wholeness and separation at the same time, and it just depends on what at what distance you're placed, in what regime are you looking at, as to see the wholeness part or the individualized part. So that would be like my approach to that question. And in fact, then, yes, it would be happening at the same time, because you have both, you have everything connected. It's not like everything's unified, but in this unification, you have regimes in which there are boundary conditions, which are very well established and that have a fractal relationship to each other. And of course, this fractal relationship, it's governing as well the relationship or proportion from surface to volume, or the surface to volume ratio, in such a way that, of course, that is determining the energy levels of the system. And the energy levels of the system are determining as well the entropy of the system, the flux of information of the system. So of course, that is governed by the size, which is basically governed by the surface to volume ratio, which is which is correlated with all the fractally with all the surface to volume ratios in all the universe. Meaning by this that you cannot separate and say, okay, this is the size of the electron of the proton, and it is just this size independently of the other sizes of the universe. Precisely, that's exactly what this holographic solution, including the fractal part, which is about to be published, is saying, that all this is in relation to each other in a harmonic way. So it is a fractal scaling, a fractal relationship between them, which is basically telling that the relationship is, the fractality is coming between the ratios, between the radii, basically. So there's a scalar fractal relationship of radii, and this is how you can understand the scaling law that's going to be published. So basically, and of course, at each size black hole, from the proton up to the universe, at each scale, they're all tapping directly into singularity. And the singularity is, let's say, at the end, it's just one thing. It's the same singularity. It's just you're accessing, because everything is the center of the universe. Every perspective is the center of the universe from that perspective. This means that we're all accessing to at the end when you develop it, like you go to the deepest you can go, it's you will get to the singularity, which is just the singularity. And so we are just seeing expressions of this singularity at different regimes, at different scales. And so yeah, you're definitely tapping into that. And Nassim always explains that when you are having an experience which is going up to the cellular level, then you're going outwards in a certain up to a certain scale, which is, I guess, was it galactic or solar system? I don't remember. It is one of those, right?
Well, so like kind of like at our normal operating level, which is kind of like at a organ level, like whole organ level. That's kind of like a local environment. But then if you can bring the coherence down to like the cellular level, yeah, you're expanding out to like the galactic level. And then if you can get down to like the molecular and atomic level, you're getting to like the universal level. So like if you were at the coherence level of like a proton, you would be experiencing samadhi, you'd be experiencing nirvana, like yourself as the universe, because the information flux that's going through your consciousness is every proton in the universe. It's the entire universe, that the entire unified space memory field. So it's like, if you were operating at that frequency, at that level of information exchange, you'd be experiencing yourself as the universe, which you are, right? It's just that, our operating frequency, our operating level is kind of more at the local environment level, it's kind of like 7.8 hertz. It's kind of like our local operating frequency, but then like if you can go into like meditation where you're quieting everything down and you're allowing more of this like bosonic phase, like boson type phase to occur. And actually like there was a biophysicist, Froelich, in the 70s, Dr. Froelich, who actually did the mathematics for how biopolymers, macromolecules can form Bose-Einstein condensates. It actually, nowadays it's termed a Froelich condensate. But if you can minimize the amount of environmental decoherence,
like
noise, and so you do that like with a meditation, let's say, if you can decrease the amount of that decoherence, you can increase the amount of coherent interaction within the cellular system. The biopolymers, the macromolecules themselves start to form these Bose-Einstein condensates. And as that's occurring, your information exchange, your awareness level is expanding out. And so it's like you start to like achieve what you could think of as like planetary level consciousness, solar system level consciousness, where like at those kind of states, you probably start to really become aware of like the vacuum, the space as a fundamental substance of reality and yourself. Because the solar system, is mostly empty space, right? So it's like if you're experiencing at that level, you're starting to experience kind of like the emptiness that actually, but the space has the energy quality to it that you're connected to.
Yeah, and that would be interesting to see if you go. So yeah, so let's say that the information flux, which is the density, related to the density as well, because most of the time in this when we talk about spiritual experiences and all of that, consciousness experiences, mostly people say, you're going to the subtle. And it's not subtle at all, because if you have to go deeper, you're going to deeper levels of density. I mean, it's going deeper in density. And so that's the opposite of subtle. So when you say subtle energies, in fact, they're more coherent, maybe if you reach that coherency at that level, but that's not it's the opposite of subtle. It's completely violent. It's like extreme pressure, extreme confinement of energy. So it's really not. It's the opposite of subtle. And
That's such a great point, because you're trying to tap into the fundamental field, right? Well, if you
yeah,
look at like how one of the most prominent physicists described the fundamental field, John Archibald Wheeler, he
Yeah.
called it the seat of the most violent physics.
Yes.
Just because it's like so dynamic, constantly forming these micro wormhole connections, and it's the densest energy you can get to. Very much not subtle. So that's a great point.
Yeah, no subtle at all. So that's something I always remember. And I was wondering, if you go into the sub-Planck scale, then you would reach another universe, the universe in which your universe is embedded in.
Mhm.
Right?
Yeah. So you'd start to like experience
Oh my God,
multi-universal consciousness.
consciousness.
A-
Yeah.
And probably, I mean, then you could probably start to do some things that would seem to defy physics, but like translocation, those kind of things,
Yeah.
which it would seem like it defies physics, but actually it would have a naturalistic physical explanation. But you could probably at that level do some pretty remarkable things with your physicality.
I guess so. I guess so. Yeah, that was very interesting question. I don't know, Andrew Jafflo. Okay, so let's see if there's any other, yeah, so we still have some minutes to go. So there's a question about the arc. So maybe that we can address that one. Maybe you can.
Yeah, from Jeffrey.
Jeffrey Kroll.
Okay.
Maybe he wants to.
Yeah, so since our host jumped off the call, we can't bring people into the chat now because we're just panelists. But we can still answer questions, of course. But so Jeffrey asks, can the arc crystal be used for sending coherent love field energy non-locally for healing and to magnify our influence of the field individually and in groups? So the arc crystal in this context, I like to describe it as a amplifier. So you have the natural ability to couple very strongly, very coherently with the field. Kind of constitutively, you're always coupled with the field because it's that information exchange that actually supports the essence of your being. That supports the vitality of your biological system. It's a veritable morphogenic field. But you can consciously increase the connectivity with that field, much like via the practices we were just discussing, like increasing the quantum coherence within your cellular system via practices like meditation. And so, just yourself, you are constitutively sending information into the field and receiving information. There's a constant feedback information cycle that's occurring there. But then it is possible to intentionally increase the strength and coherence of that information exchange. And the arc crystal will act as an amplifier of that exchange. It's kind of like if you were in an amphitheater, a noisy amphitheater, and you're shouting, love, 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 the arc crystal would be kind of like getting a microphone and a speaker. It's going to amplify that intentionality, right? And so you're going to see a much stronger response because that message, that signal is going to be received to a lot greater degree. And it does that because, it was engineered and designed to couple with that energetic structure of space-time, that fundamental coherent crystalline energetic structure. of space-time. You have the modulation, frequency modulation via the harmonic flux resonator, which is Nassim's plasma magnetohydrodynamic device that induces this very coherent field via rotation and electromagnetic rotation set at a very specific harmonic frequency. The way that they tune it is actually with a keyboard, like a piano keyboard. So it's actually set at harmonic notes. Of course, these notes are not in the audible frequency range, they're in the electromagnetic frequency range, but it's by like analogy, you can still have the same harmonic ratios. And so the arc crystals are designed so that their intrinsic resonance, their fundamental intrinsic resonances, which are determined by the dimensionality, so the size and shape. So, we have these very specific tetrahedral geometries that are actually engineered via the phi or phi ratio from Nassim's quantum holographic solution. So that the dimensionality of these are designed based on that phi ratio. So that's the same ratio between like in the proton, the surface Planck harmonic oscillators to the volume Planck harmonic oscillators. And as you know, that produces the mass, that outputs the mass of the proton. So that's a very specific harmonic ratio. These are engineered so that their intrinsic harmonic frequency, their intrinsic resonances are a harmonic of that. And so when they're placed in the harmonic flux resonator field, it's a circular rotation of frequency. That electromagnetic field stimulates the piezoelectric axis, the electromechanical axis of the arc crystals, and that it induces that oscillation energy, oscillation in the crystals, in the crystalline lattice, and that oscillation is now coupled with the oscillations of the quantum vacuum fluctuations, the energetic field of space-time. So now you've got this flux of energy, and like you can get really technical on what that is. So it's like a flux of virtual phonons from the vacuum into the crystalline lattice, which is causing it to oscillate, and that's producing an electromagnetic field, which is feeding back into the vacuum structure. So you get this forward feedback loop going with the arc crystal, so that oscillation, that energy and information exchange with the vacuum becomes constitutive. And the vacuum energy is really, it's a nearly infinite energy density. Supplying like just a minute amount of virtual phonons to the crystal doesn't really expand much of the energy budget of the fundamental field of space-time. We can kind of do that forever. But now you've coupled the physical behavior of the crystal with the quantum vacuum oscillations. Now you can couple to the arc crystal via that electromagnetic field interaction, and it will, it's a very coherent oscillation of the crystals. So that's like training the oscillations in your biological system. I was talking at the beginning of the Q&A about those dipole oscillations in the water medium. It's like training those to be coherent. So it's like inducing a liquid crystalline structure in the water, in the cellular system. So it's helping to achieve more and more that like, you could think of it as like that Bose-Einstein phase. So your intentions are going to be amplified. I would say, certainly the arc crystal is instrumental can be instrumental in a practice of sending coherent love, healing, and magnifying our influence with the field.
You know, William, I have always, I think I was asked this some time ago. Could the art crystal be like create decoherence, the opposite of coherence? And that's something that the people didn't have clear. And what you just said is just explaining that it is impossible to create decoherence from an art crystal because it is exactly tapping into the field, which, as we were saying, at its most fundamental level is perfect coherence. I mean, it's total coherency. It's complete Bose-Einstein. So it's complete coherence. So it's impossible like to create decoherence coming from this tapping to the vacuum. And so I just, in case there was anyone who had the same question, because you have it like in the background, and I just remembered from what you just said.
You know, well, there's a similar type question that we often get is like, well, can ambient magnetic electrical sources, fields, can they decohere the that extremely highly coherent coupling and oscillation of the crystals? And in most cases, no, because you have essentially a driving mechanism, which is going to resist anything that's going to have a damping effect. So because, we believe, and experimentation has indicated it's really occurring, this slight energetic flux from the quantum vacuum into the arc crystals, and this feed forward loop that's going, it's like a driving mechanism. So if you have noise coming in, like an ambient field, an ambient electromagnetic field, that would normally be like very a decoherent type field, the arc crystal would, based on this driving mechanism, resist that. So it might come in and cause a little bit of perturbation, a little bit of decoherence, but as soon as it's outside of that field, that driving mechanism is going to send it right back in to its coherent oscillation.
I just had this image in which what you were saying, it was reflected into an image where you had this coupling, which is acting like a very and let's say, well, coupled system, which is acting like that. And so you would have something which is not going to resonate because this is
exactly
coupled.
Exactly. Yeah.
And this is coupled, so it won't affect.
It'll just get kicked right out. So at best, what you can have is something that might have a harmonic resonance, and then it just builds on top of that. It doesn't disrupt it, but it can build on top of it. And then, you might get additional beneficial effects. So, if you have another device that is like a harmonic resonance of it, and it has a very coherent, beneficial effect, it can be potentially amplified or added onto the arc crystal's effect.
Except if you boil the arc, if you put in boiled water.
yeah. That is a energy input that's strong enough to decohere that feed-forward feedback cycle. Yeah. So and potentially there are other like electromagnetic fields, like if you blasted them with like X-rays or something, or probably that'd be strong enough to decohere it. Yeah.
Okay, I think we can tackle like one last question before we go. I saw the next question would be like from anonymous attendee. He's saying, have you been paying attention to the solar cycle of the sun and our magnetosphere? If so, any comments as to how these solar coronal mass ejections and our falling magnetosphere are affecting biological structures? This is a very important question. I think, yeah. Well, okay, yeah, I have been following. I think we all have been following the solar activity. I even have my applet where it's telling me what KP are we at. In my case, I have felt that I when I'm feeling like too much attention in this part, or I'm feeling a kind of headaches, or it really affects my state of like, I don't say I feel worse. I would say I don't feel that comfortable. Like when these things are happening biologically, I feel that there's some affection. Like I feel some pressure in my head. I don't know if this happens to everyone, but I feel some pressure or some, yeah. And in some other things, and my dreams also change and many things. But yeah, I think it's got a huge amount of impact. In fact, also because I live in a country where there's too, well, and you are in seismic as well, seismic zone. So of course, all that activity is affecting. It affects the nucleus of the Earth, and it's also having effects in volcanic activity, in seismic activity as well. Everything is kind of responding to that. So these coronal mass ejections apparently they just swept up part of the atmosphere in Mercury. I don't know, I just read some news about it, that it had swept away part of the atmosphere of Mercury. So yes, of course they have an impact. Yeah, they have an impact.
Mercury got blasted with some plasma. Yeah, it's like, yeah, that's actually just thinking about poor little Mercury right up against the sun, just getting blasted with this plasma. It makes me think about these planets that they're finding over on Alpha Centauri. So Alpha Centauri is our closest stellar neighbor, and I think that the count of planets for it are at 3. It's actually like Proxima Centauri, because it's a multiple stellar system. But it's a low mass red dwarf M dwarf star. And one of the things about those low mass stars is that their surface is extremely unstable. So they have very violent coronal mass ejections, plasma mass ejections, just because they don't have a stronger gravity holding everything in. And so, there's a Earth-sized planet in the habitable zone, 4.2 light years away from us in Proxima Centauri. But, it's like right up against that low mass M dwarf star, because, so it has a much lower thermal and light output than our star.
Yeah.
So the habitable zone is very close. The prospects for life being on that planet are kind of low. Yeah, because it could be having some of the things like that Mercury just experienced, just getting blasted with these coronal mass ejections. But some speculation on what kind of effects this could be happening for us here on Earth, kind of just speculation. So, as you have this higher particle output from the sun and weakening of the magnetosphere around the Earth, and this occurs periodically. So a very dramatic periodic occurrence is the flipping of the Earth's magnetic poles. And one of the things that I speculate is that this periodic cycle is actually kind of baked into the evolutionary dynamics of the biosphere. So as you have like a weakening of the magnetosphere, and every 100,000 or so years the flipping, you can have a increased influx of DNA altering energy from the star, from the sun, and this kind of periodic influx could be a rich source of potential mutation, driving changes in the species and the Earth's biosphere. And you actually have several of these kind of like cosmological or astronomical periodic cycles where you have increases in this energy influx. There's the cycles with the sun, but then also the solar system itself has cycles as it goes around the Milky Way, the galactic plane. It oscillates in and out of the plane, and so probably experiences on several million year cycles changes in the flux of radiation, and also changes in flux of radiation from the supermassive black hole at the center of the galaxy. Probably these astronomical sources play a very significant role in how life on Earth changes and evolves over time, and quite possibly can be periodic impetus to accelerate change.
Yeah, you just said mentioned mutations, and that's really interesting because we have already seen many scientific evidence that mutations are not random, that they're
Oh yeah. Mm.
So basically, yeah, so that's something very, very nice to like to witness. These are not random standard mutations. This will be very important mutations, like
Yeah, because kind of like the conventional view is that just getting blasted with radiation would be very detrimental, but actually life has been around on the Earth for the last 4 billion years with these periodic cycles, and it probably has adapted in such a way that it utilizes them. And so it's like, okay, we're at that period in time now where we've got a increased energy flux. This is a great opportunity to direct these mutations, these changes.
yes.
And now, if the environment has changed, there's a adaptive route that can be taken that might be more beneficial, that allows the impetus to do so. I view it very much as a beneficial thing for life.
Yes.
So I actually, in most cases, things that allow for plasticity of the genome, changes in the genome to occur, that can be potentially radiation sources, or even viruses, retroviruses, which can also potentially come from outer space. These things are probably usually capitalized by the biological system for beneficial changes. Of course, acute high level exposures of those kind of things are going to be deadly, but in a more naturalistic setting, it's probably been part and parcel with how life changes and evolves over the last 4 billion years on Earth.
It's beautiful because, in fact, if we remember that we're not fixed in space, that we are traveling through space and we're moving around, and there's different voltages involved in certain regions of space, so we're all the solar system is also being impacted. And it's also true that since 2012 we've been in a more direct alignment with the center with the black hole at the center of the galaxy, and apparently it itself with the center of the universe as well. So there's a huge amount of information flux going directly through us in many senses. So that's very interesting, and I think it's yeah, me too. I don't of course it is a little bit of uncomfortable because of these like symptoms that we get. I don't know if you have any. I get like this disease, and not disease, but it's like I can feel. Usually I don't pay attention like to the activity around me in the solar activity, but I can really tell when something's happening. I go to and I say, okay, so there's some activity going on in the sun. So it's really interesting. Yeah. So let's see what else. Well, I think maybe, yeah, we could leave it up to here. So yeah, let's just wrap it up to say goodbye. And yeah, okay. So, well, thank you so much for being here again this month, and we'll see you very soon in a month. And there's a breakup session, I guess, and a very as well in 1 week. So we have the breakout session coming soon, and then we have the next live in a sim, and so we'll keep from there. So thank you very much, and see you soon. And I know, William, if you want to say something.
Yeah, thank you everyone for joining us, and thank you for the wonderfully insightful questions. They always lead to just some great discussions that I think are enlightening for everyone participating. So just really appreciate you joining us and sharing your thoughts, ideas, and what you're wondering about, and so that we can bring them up for a discussion. And definitely we'll look forward to seeing you all at the next faculty Q&A session. I'm already looking forward to it.
Yeah, me too. Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye. Goodbye, everyone. Ok, entonces vamos a ver si logro. Mierda. Stop.
¿Pero quién la inició la sesión?
No, es que la tiene que ser la persona que
Ajá, por eso ¿quién la abrió?
la abrió Adam, entonces
Él tiene que cerrarla.
tiene que cerrarla Adam. I think it's Adam, déjame decirle. No.
Porque si él la abrió. Suéltala, suéltala, suéltala. Dámela. No te lo voy a aventar. Dámela, dámela. Ah, y bueno, dámela. Ahorita mi perra se va a poner celosa. Te va a oler, te va a oler. Es un grandote, Inés.
Ajá.
Y bien flaquito.
Sí. Qué risa.
¿Te lo llevas?
Se lo dejo a unos amigos que tienen como que.
Siéntate. Siéntate. ¿Ya lo quieres cerrar?
No, estamos ahí como que.
Pero sí sería él, ¿no?
Yo no puedo entrar, si yo tengo panelist, sí, yo no puedo hacer nada.
Porque quien te...
A mí me invitaron, o sea, yo
Ajá,
estoy
quien te
invitada.
invita es quien lo cierra.
Sí, 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 ahorita yo no puedo hacer nada, o sea, solo puedo dejarla view stream on Facebook, copy streaming link, it's recording, o sea que todavía he estado grabando toda la sesión desde Zoom. Claro, es que la cosa es que tenía que haberlo apagado.
Sí, porque la persona que te invita es quien finaliza la sesión.
Claro. Mira qué nos dice Jamie. Porque ya se resolvió, creo que fue este sábado que ya lo resolvió.
Sí.
3 horas, pobre, esta sesión ha durado 4 horas.
Pero ya después lo editan, ¿no? No pueden editar.
Como está en el live stream directo en Facebook, no creo que se pueda. Estoy viendo si es así. O tú ya deja. Ay, caray. No,
¿Cómo siempre
no.
estás bien?
Sí, sí, sobre todo, no sé, le caíste muy bien porque, ay, ya.
Yo creo que me va a doler la pena, ¿no?
Oh my God, ahora me están viendo a mí.
Yo creo que me voy a mi perro.